Okay, testing, 1, 2. You have a, you want to say something?
They're on. They're on. I'm gonna do the automatic. Okay.
Everybody.
Okay.
Okay, great,
Thank you.
perfect.
Now we don't have to people in order. They know, so we can just put them right here.
All right, so we're gonna start. Are we ready? Yes, welcome again, everybody. We are reporting out of closed session. No action at this time from closed session items. I do want to go back and make a correction. We are going to pull an item from the consent agenda, item 13.16, data communications network and surveillance system to service the stadium. So we're going to bring that back at the next board meeting. Without that, let's see, moving on to item number 8, public comments on, public comments. So at this time, we're gonna open up to our public comments. At this time, members of the public may address the board on topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board for public comments on items not on the agenda. The board may not discuss or take action during this meeting. Comments from the public shall be limited to 3 minutes on any topic. The board may limit the total time for public input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive the item's limit for a particular item. So we have Ms. Mancera. You have a couple of public comments. Go ahead. You need to go to the podium.
Mask on, or may I?
You can take it off if you want.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I am pleased to know that public employees, let me see, this is the correct one. Okay, I'll start again. Good evening, everyone. I am pleased to know that public employees have performance evaluations during their term of employment. I am also,
There it is.
I am also cognizant. Is that going to stop the clock? Okay. Do I stop it? I can stop it. Would we restart the clock?
Yeah, we'll restart it for you.
Okay, I want my 15 seconds. Thank you. Oh, I have, oh, that's not a problem. Thank you. Of course.
Yeah.
My public voice.
All right, so we can restart you.
Thank you. Okay, here we go. Good evening, everyone. I am pleased to know that public employees have performance evaluations during their term of employment. I am also cognizant of the fact that public employees' evaluation cycles vary based on the job title. With that said, I hope our board understands that the impact the results of the superintendent's evaluations have on student success. Student success is based on the effectiveness of district leadership. However, the district leadership is dependent on our governing board. That includes Mr. Lopez, Mrs. Cuevas, Ms. Flores, Ms. Daniels, and Mr. Ayon. You, as our board, take on the responsibility of guiding our district's leaders. The board has the obligation to guide, not to dictate. A school board oversees, and let me emphasize the word, oversees our district leadership. Thus, it is not an individual board member's role to micromanage district personnel. Superintendent Irving has the degrees and experience to lead a district. Board members support your only employee, and I might be mistaken, there might be more, but your only employee and guide their efforts and district initiatives. Again, I repeat, guide, don't dictate. You oversee. Superintendent Irving, as our district leader, we have placed our children's hopes and dreams in your hands. Continue to forge on and focus on our children. Thank you. And I appreciate all your work. My family does as well, and community members as well. District personnel. This includes all folks at the school site level to the district office. Thank you for supporting Ms. Irving and continuing to show your professionalism. And sometimes I think I should use that word loosely, but I give people the benefit of the doubt. Professionalism with our community and all of GUSD stakeholders. Parents and legal guardians, continue to show your support and love to each of your GUSD students. You are their #1 advocate. That is us, the parents and guardians. So board members, thank you for doing what you do, but it's our job. And you are working for us and specifically our kids. So please join me in supporting your children, and that is to the parents and guardians. I invite all parents and guardians of this district to choose 1 or 2 days during the 2021-2022 school year where they participate in a school function. Everyone should participate, all parents and guardians, because it's their children. And with all due respect, it's not your children, it is ours. And here we are for them. GSUD students, every student out there, K through 12 chulos and chulas. I hope I hope you are all life learners and make sure you participate and voice your opinions. Thank you.
Thank you. You also have a Spanish one, or?
I'll summarize it.
Huh? You don't have a translator with us.
Their translator? I'd be more than happy to someone translate for
Oh,
me.
is she on there? Is she translating? Hold on, I didn't.
Okay, should I wait?
Can we?
So we don't need it. Okay,
Okay.
no worries.
Okay.
If anyone needs it, I can type it up and give it to parents. if
Well,
needed.
thank you, Ms. Mancera, for your time. Okay. And thank you to our translator. She's online for anybody that needs translation. Just, raise your hand and we can get you the translation as well. Thank you. Any other public comments online or?
Hey, so she has her hand up.
Well, I believe.
The translator has the hand.
Well, let's put her on and so she can. Looks like sorry. Ezra, si nos escuchas.
Yes, yes, sí, aquí estoy.
Perfecto. Parece que al momento no tenemos nadie que quiere traducción, pero en cuanto alguien nos pida, te vamos a pedir que nos ayudes.
Ok, aquí estoy a sus órdenes.
Yes, I have a public comment here from Ms. Mayra Sandoval. Hello, board. So, I have been MIA from the public comments because I have been physically present at the last few in-person board meetings. So my defense for being MIA is due to the fact that I am a busy mom with all my daughters and their busy academic and sports schedules. Now, let's get to business. And now that the school year is over, it is time for the board to fully reflect what your priorities are and let's set them straight. So far, I still do not see students being the priority amongst you all. You all bicker about positions requiring a degree, when in fact, none of you are ones to judge how a degree makes you qualified. So I think it's hypocritical of this board to argue about the parent liaison having a bachelor's degree when that degree truly isn't going to make them good at their job, and how disrespectful it is to those that have an AA or some college experience. Are those people in our community not valued? Are we telling our students that you can only reach success by having a degree? I apologize to those kids and alumni that are succeeding with just high school diplomas or some college or vocational training. Shame on the board for that. Does that mean that some of You shouldn't be sitting on the board's table since some of you have no children attending the school district by personal choice, or some of you have no children of school age, or for me to say that you do not, what's best? For all my 6 daughters that are in fact students in this district, since some of the decisions you all make doesn't affect the education of your own children. What this board lacks is accountability. Like, where is the cheer money that went missing? Where is the follow-up? Why do we have a football team and football coach, but no mention of cheer team or of a cheer coach? Why don't we have a cheer team? These students that cheer are waiting to practice and cheer for the upcoming football season. Well, what's something that was robbed from them? Well, that was something that was robbed from them. Why do we have so many incidents and conflicts of interest going on within the board? Most of you are friends with all the coaches. One of you is coaching when you probably shouldn't be, and one of you has a family member in the union leadership. Seems to me that the board members are more interested in calling the shots and having things done their way for their people, and everyone else are left behind. Shame on the board. When are you guys going to make students the main priority here? I hold my daughters way more accountable than the board holds self-accountable. That does not look good to our students. I request, want, and need follow-up on all of my questions and concerns in writing. I'm just disgusted at this point. When beyond frustrated, Mother Myra.
Thank you, Ms. Sandoval. A ver, testing 1, 2. Can you hear me? Anybody out there that can hear me, please just let me know so that we know.
Yes, now they can.
Can you? Okay, it looks like we can. So does this mean we have to redo the first message?
What happened to
Well,
the
let's
other
just continue with this.
one? Did you take it?
I have it over
Oh,
here.
this one too then.
We heard Myra's comments,
Okay. We did?
and that's what I'm hearing.
Okay.
That's what I'm reading.
Okay, continuing, go ahead.
Okay. Should I continue? Should I read it again or should I just continue? Start over? Okay. My name is Joe Pedix. I think that's how you pronounce it. Technology Advisor, Alvarez Technology Group, ATG. ATG is a technology and cybersecurity firm based in Monterey County. We are currently a vendor of AUSD. My comments today are regarding the ongoing persistent cybersecurity threat specifically targeted at K-12 schools. Our school systems are literally under attack. We are briefed regularly by the Northern California Regional Intelligence Center, and there is evidence that these attacks are going to increase in pace and intensity to disrupt the core of the education system of the United States. This information is being provided by the FBI, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, and the White House. If you would like further information regarding these reports, please let me know. The time to act is now. There is a national set standards for proper cybersecurity practices maintained by the National Institute for Standards and Technology, called the NIST Cybersecurity Framework. One of the core principles is that cybersecurity.
Public comment is not a forum to be endorsed
Okay.
or
Yeah.
to perpetuate sales.
Sorry, I
Thank
don't
you.
know. I don't.
So I
Okay.
ask the public to disregard our last public comment.
Perfect.
Okay. Thank you,
Right.
Then we're all.
I think
We're all
okay, great. Thank you again for the public comments. We're gonna go ahead and move on to,
So if people are saying that the virus comment was cut off, does that mean it gets read?
what, like, how far did it get cut off?
So, we are in post-public comment as part of the minute, is that correct?
Yes. So we can post for public comment?
I don't mind reading it again.
Is that the discretion of the board?
What do you guys wanna
I
do?
think we should post it, that way everybody can see it.
Post it? Okay, great. Thank you. So for Myra Sandoval's public comment, it will be posted with the minutes so people can look at it later on. Thank you. Moving on then to item number 12.1 Communications, Gonzales Teachers Association GTA report.
All right, so it got emailed to us.
Great.
Good evening, members of the GUSD Governing Board, and to all in attendance. With this being the final meeting of the 2020-2021 school year, there is no better time to reflect on what we want to take into the new 2021-2022 school year and what we could leave behind. We are all looking forward to having as close a normal classroom as possible, distancing themselves from distance learning, but also being cognizant that it could change in a short period of time. We look forward to moving forward as a team and to be valued and supported as educators. We have continued our monthly meetings with the superintendent, CBO, and HR director, and next week with 2 board members. With that being said, and this being my last board meeting as GTA president, thank you for reestablishing monthly meetings. We appreciate the time and effort to keep the dialogue open. I also appreciated the several comments I received in the last 6 months. Thank you all for your efforts to make our district a destination district for families and staff. Let's keep the same energy next year. Thanks. Vivencio Cuevas, GTA President.
Thank you, Mr. Cuevas, for your leadership. Moving on to the next, what is it?
They're saying that there's like a ringtone.
A ringing tone? Maybe we all need to turn off our mics and have one at a. Okay, great. Let me turn my back on. Okay. All right. All right. No, but I need. Okay. Great. So go ahead and moving on to item 12.2, California School Employees Association, CSCA report. So we have, is Pineda online? Nobody has their hand up? No? All right, thank you. If they do come on, and we'll go back to them. Okay, thank you. So moving on to item 12.3, educational services report, please. Yes. Go ahead. I'm sure it's on.
Okay, good evening, everyone. The purpose of our presentation tonight is to highlight some of the areas from our Ed Services Department. Candace and I will be presenting information that we oversee and also services that are provided by our district nurse, Grace, and programs that Ms. Katis oversees. They're not able to be here with us today due to currently being off calendar.
To members of the community, we are currently in the process of pulling up a PowerPoint that our Ed Services Division had prepared for this evening. We'll be pulling that up momentarily.
Okay, so thank you again. We will presenting, Candace and I will be presenting on behalf of Educational Services today. We will be providing also services that are overseen by Madonna Katis, who is our Assistant Director of Student Services, who oversees special education, and then also our district nurse, Grace, who both of them are not able to be here with us today because they are currently off calendar. So on this slide, essentially what it is we have the schedule for the State Board of Education adoption of K-12 curriculum frameworks. So as you know, we most recently went through a history, social science adoption, as well as a science adoption. I wanted to highlight on two of the areas on this slide, and that's world languages and mathematics. In the fall, we're going to be working with our Spanish teachers to look at Spanish curriculum. In the spring, we will pilot, and then we will adopt at the end of school year 21-22, which will be prepared to order materials and be ready for 22-23 school year. For mathematics, we would have looked at adoption in 2021. However, due to the pandemic, the mathematics framework was pushed back. And so what that means is it's going to be going for public review and state board approval in November of 2021. And once that happens, publishers will begin to put out their new materials. So after that framework is approved, then the toolkit will be published, which is really what is going to drive our adoption. So Gonzales will be looking at material and piloting in the 2022 school year. And we're hoping that MCOE will also have a curriculum fair where they invite all the publishers to come in, and our district math teachers, administrators, academic coaches are able to attend, review the curriculum, and decide what they want to pilot. And then once they decide what that potential curriculum will be, we'll also invite the publishers to come in for a presentation. On the next slide, we have assessments and accountability. So under assessment this year, we just wanted to highlight our teachers administered the interim assessments twice this year, once in October and then in February. As you know, due to the pandemic, we were not required to administer the SBAC, but we would still need it to administer a local assessment that met specific criteria. So La Gloria went ahead and moved on with SBAC for 3rd through 5th grade and GHS for 11th grade. Fairview opted to utilize iReady for ELA and math. LPAC was still required for all of our English learners. Our LPAC testers have been working extremely hard to try to get all of our students that needed the assessment tested. As of today, we're at 95% completion at La Gloria, 96% completion at Fairview, and 76% completion at the high school. And then just to highlight on the accountability side, this year we've worked on the return to school plan at the beginning of the school year. Then we went to the learning continuity plan, the expanded learning opportunities plan, the LCAP, and then coming in August will be our federal addendum. And our federal addendum essentially is what we have to provide and show a plan for our title funding, which supplements our LCAP needs. On the next slide, we have special education. And so under special education, which is overseen by our Assistant Director, Madonna, services are provided for special education and related services from preschool through 12th grade. These services include specialized academic instruction, speech and language therapy, occupational therapy, and counseling. Some of what you see on this slide is the additional funding that we are going to receive and what it will be utilized for. And that's going to be a full-time occupational therapist, an additional special education teacher at Gonzales High School due to the increase in the numbers, and an additional classified SPED interpreter translator that will support for IEPs and parent-to-student outreach. And then also included in there is the renewal of contracts, such as our Monterey County Behavioral Health Contract, adapted PE, vision, low incidence disabilities, and we have select students that need those specific services. And then also looking at contracting for SLIPA, which is a speech and language pathology assistant to support our speech therapist. And then our BCBA, which sometimes our students need a specialized adult who supports with behavioral management. And then also looking at services through document tracking, which they supported us with translations of IEP documents. Okay, so our next services are health services, which is provided by our district nurse. She supports with individual healthcare plans, which can either be standalone or part of a 504 or an IEP. The hearing and vision screenings, which are mandated now for kinder, 2nd, 5th, 8th, and 10th grade. She provides support for first aid, acute care and health assessments, medication administration and chronic disease management, health education, staff emergency response training, which includes CPR, EAD, seizures, diabetes, opiate overdoses, and also state reporting of health data, such as our oral health examinations. And then supporting with child welfare reporting, partnering with VNA for our TGAP clinic, and then any referrals to outside providers and community health resources. For our next slide, for mental health, we did not include any information today. Just recently in March, you received the presentation from our LCSWs. And again, in the future, you will receive additional information. So now I will hand it over to Candace for adult education.
Good evening. Gonzales Adult School this year offered courses virtually with in-person services as well. So Classes that we offered this school year and we will continue to offer include digital literacy, English as a second language, high school diploma, high school equivalency test preparation, family literacy, and K-12 student success. Services that we provided this school year include testing for the HiSET exam. So no longer do we need to send students to Soledad or to Salinas. We're able to host students here to receive their high school equivalency. Paraprofessional exam and also typing certifications, which help individuals boost their resume or also for entry-level work at various agencies. We've provided a Chromebook lending library for individuals who do not have access to technology to access the virtual classroom. And then for any adult education program success, we really rely on our community partnerships. We've partnered with Hartnell's High School Equivalency Program, Lowe's Fishes and Computers, United Way, Region 16, their migrant education program has been helpful in terms of referrals, and also the USCIS office for citizenship. Now I will talk about career technical education. Some highlights for this school year and moving forward are some new partnerships that have been forged. We've entered a partnership with NC3, which stands for National Coalition of Certification Centers. This is where at a previous board meeting, you've approved one of our GUSD or GHS teachers to attend train the trainers in Wisconsin. And she will be trained in Lincoln Electric certifications that we're going to be using and embed in our advanced ag mechanics course. NC3 is also an organization that's partnered with Hartnell College, and so they're really reputable, and we're excited to move forward in this area. MPC is another partnership. Previously, we've had Hartnell College as one of our dual enrollment partners. However, for the 21-22 school year, we do have the potential to offer 5 college units in our baking and pastries course, which lead to a stackable certificate that is recognized within the culinary community or hospitality community in the peninsula. And then also restaurant management is kind of their catering pieces. And so 6 college units would be acquired. Those are all transferable units so that students, if they were going on even to a 4-year degree, would be able to use those in some way, shape, or form. South County has also banded together. There's a big push for work-based learning. And so the CTE coordinators and myself from South Monterey County Joint Union High School District and Soledad have banded together, and we are outreaching to industry members, educational institutions like Hartnell, and really trying to build a strong partnership so that we can create more quality experiences for our students. So it's in the very beginning stages, but we're really excited to have energy of one another, because sometimes it's hard being the only one within a particular entity. With regards to additions and enhancements, this particular school year, they've officially launched Get Focused, Stay Focused for 9th graders at Gonzales High School. This is an opportunity for students, and this might have been at previous presentations, but it's a great way to create a high school success type class. Introduction to Art and Multimedia was created this school year, and that's something that feeds into our art, media, and entertainment pathway. Greenhouse Management is a new course or capstone within the ornamental horticulture pathway at Gonzales High School. And so that's looking to take into effect next school year for 21-22. The return of ROP Sports Medicine for 21-22, which is part of our patient care pathway. 100% of our CT classes are also UC eligible, so no longer is the time where students have to decide between college or career. We try and really create an opportunity for students to have the most options as possible. So anyway, so I feel like that's an important piece to bring up. As we pivoted to the online world, The culinary department started a webpage and also has a program called Open Table. Ms. Aratelli is really looking forward to creating a more robust experience, really mocking that restaurant experience for students next school year and also for staff and community. And last, the launch of NEPRIS, which would be next school year. And what that is essentially I call it a Rolodex, but like an inventory of online virtual speakers so that students can connect with people all around the nation or all around the world with regard to kind of even these niche type industries. So they can really get a sense. If you can envision like a virtual field trip, it would be essentially that, but within particular professions. And this is an opportunity for our teachers to show the relevancy of the coursework. So that's it. And then I have Miss Barba is going to do the last slide. I want to take your sheet.
So just this other slide, we also listed other educational services initiatives just for informational purposes, as these will be separate presentations that will be brought to you in the future. And so you can see some, the really big one that we have currently right now is summer school, but you also in the future get to listen to presentations from these other areas. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your. Thank you again for your presentation. Any questions or comments from the board? Mr. Ayon?
Good presentation. Thank you. I'm glad we offer all those classes for our kids, and especially that they are UC eligible. That is big. One class that I didn't see that kids are actually reaching out to me for, and especially during COVID, it was understandable, but the forklift class was a big success, and I know a lot of kids wanted to take that class, but I didn't see it on the list. Is there a plan to bring that back?
Yes, so forklift, we put that on pause just in the shelter in place time, but we actually are getting our trainer recertified this July, and we're hoping to bring that back. That's through Gonzales Adult School.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Yes, because a lot of our kids want to do those hands-on type of classes where they can.
Short term, they're able to, yeah.
And get a job right away.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of need in our valley. Absolutely.
Great. Thank you.
Ms. Daniels?
I had two questions. So I seen that, Ms. Barber, you had stated that we were going to renew our MCBH contract. Is that going to be necessary with 3 LCSWs? Yeah. Is there like something that one covers that the other doesn't?
So what we're trying to do with the LCSWs is attach them to sites. But during the course of the pandemic, our LCSWs had over 453 referrals. And their ability to handle that was offset by Monterey County Behavioral Health. But we anticipate over the next year or two, it will take some time for students to re-engage and actually experience some social emotional healing after the trauma of the pandemic.
So do you see us in the future still needing MCBH if once we get our 3 site LCSWs?
MCBH will always be necessary specific to special education support because we have a contract with them that is funded through the SELPA and our share of funding. We may step back from additional services for our general education kids once we stabilize and once the 3 LCSWs are attached to sites.
Okay. And then my last question was, do we know how many students are on individual health plans that our nurse takes care of?
I don't have that current information with me, but I can get that.
Okay, yeah, I was just curious to see if for how many students at each site, if we can get that breakdown.
Okay.
That she cares for, that would be great.
I can do that.
Thank you. Ms. Flores?
I'm excited about the well-being. I think that is, I always talk about it, and I'm glad that we're going to have it available for our kids here. I'm excited about NEPRIS, and I wish I was a student today. I am excited about the CET classes that we're offering and the fact that we are now, connecting with other colleges and resources that offer that. I do have a question about the assessment for LPAC, where it's a 76 completion, and just kind of compared to like the other 90, just kind of wanted to ask what the barriers were to where you were at 76.
I can share, our LPAC testers spent an enormous or a gigantic amount of time at the high school, really trying to get students to come back in. A lot of it that we found was students working, and that was a challenge to get folks back on campus. So we're hoping that once school's back in session and students are on campus, that we wouldn't have that same turnout with regard to percentage.
Okay. Good job, guys.
Thank you. Ms. Bell?
Yes, actually, no questions, just comments. As far as just getting the kids motivated and them knowing that there's, more stuff for them to look forward to. Get focused, stay focused. I'm going to talk to my incoming freshmen about that. I think it's going to benefit all our students. So thank you guys for doing what you guys did, and keep on doing. And it's greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Moving on to item 12.4, Business Services Report. Dr. Drake.
We also have our Director of Business Services,
And Yesenia. Hi, welcome.
Yes, Yesenia is being shy this evening. Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Irving, members of the community, James Drake, Associate Superintendent, CBO. 2 weeks ago, we were here for our budget hearing, and so tonight we're back to ask you to approve our 2021-22 annual budget. And so here with me, as you mentioned a moment ago, is our Director of Fiscal Services, Mrs. Yesenia Argueta. And I have to say that to me, Yesenia is the MVP of our district, because on a daily basis, she does so much. I mean, she helps not only me, she helps in human resources, she helps in many other departments. She just really goes above and beyond in so many different ways. And I think it's important to acknowledge that and to recognize that. And I want to thank her personally for everything she's done to help me this year. And I know she's helped many, many other people as well. So thank you, Yesenia, for everything that you've done and continue to do.
Thank you.
And that's why I put her name first on this first slide on the presentation. So anyway, we have a presentation for you. We'd like to share some information about our budget for this next year and explain to you what goes into it, what drives the budget. And so if we could move to our second slide. Again, this is something you've probably seen many, many times, so we continuously bring the slide back just to emphasize how we receive our funding. Of course, most of you are familiar with the process. We have our base grant, we have our supplemental grant, and we have our concentration grants. And so these supplement, as the word implies, and add to the base funding that we receive, our basic apportionment from the state. And so these constitute the bulk of our funding that we receive from the state. Moving on to our next slide. We felt it was important to show this information to you because our funding is based on not only enrollment, but also on attendance, on our ADA. And so looking here at our historical enrollment, you'll see that the enrollment trend is decreasing. And I wanted to emphasize that, and that's why we highlighted this in yellow on the far right with question marks, because this has been a very challenging year. We don't know how many kids are coming back in the fall. We don't know what the enrollment is going to be. It's important that we try to stabilize our enrollment and that we try to recruit and retain as many students as possible, because again, this is what our funding is based on. Our state apportionment is based on the number of kids we have here and how many kids are actually coming to school. And so looking, our P2 ADA, you again see the trend is decreasing. And our funded LCFF ADA, as you see, is also decreasing. It's important to note that the funding for this coming year, 21-22, is going to be based on the 2019-20 ADA. So we're being held harmless. We're not being funded based on the actual ADA from this current year. So we're getting a break. We have a 1-year reprieve. The funding that we expect to receive for this next coming fiscal year should be roughly the same based on that ADA. But again, the critical part now is what's going to happen the next year. Because depending on how many kids show up and how many kids actually come to school, our funding in 22-23 is going to be based on this next year's ADA. So again, it's very important that we try to work to stabilize that and that we get our kids here back in school. Well, by the way, this does not include transfers out of the district. And so, historically we lose kids each year because of this. We don't know how many we're going to lose. But again, these numbers do not take that into account. Oh, and one last thing. If you look at the second line on the far right, our actual projected ADA is 2109. But again, it could be less than that. We don't know. Fortunately, we're receiving funding based on that 2019-20 ADA of 2230. But we project that the actual enrollment in the actual ADA is going to continue to decrease. So when I talk to you about being fiscally conservative, about watching our expenditures, it's very important because we're seeing a downward trend in our enrollments in our ADA, which of course translates into a decrease in funding. Okay, next slide, please. And these are some assumptions in terms of our budget for 21-22. And in the left-hand column, I'd like to just quickly go over a few of these. You'll see that, again, as I just stated, our ADA is being held harmless at 2230 for this coming fiscal year. It's based on current staffing levels. We have not included funding for any ongoing positions in the next year's budget. We are seeing an increase in costs. Our retirement pension costs are going up. You see that STRS is increasing from 16.15% to 16.92%. PERS is increasing from 20.7% to 22.91%. So our costs are going up. We're also projecting another 5% increase in health and welfare benefits because, of course, the cost of insurance and benefits keeps going up, up, up. Our unemployment insurance took a huge jump this year. Of course, during the pandemic, a lot of people were off from work. They filed for unemployment. And so this makes the unemployment insurance costs go up. So this is a huge increase over the previous rate. We also have a much larger contribution to special education and other programs. The federal government doesn't provide funding for all these programs that they mandate. When you hear about unfunded mandates, what that means is the government requires us to provide certain programs and certain services, but yet they don't provide funding for those programs and services. And so we have to make up the difference. And that's a huge gap. And so we're projecting about $4.7 million that we're going to have to spend on special education that we are not receiving reimbursement for. And then, of course, a lot of our expenses, a lot of our increases come from step and column. Every year, teachers gain another step on the salary schedule. Classified workers gain another step. If they attain advanced degrees or additional educational credits, then they also advance. And so those costs are also going up. Now, those costs are included in this next year's budget. There are some things that are not included. And so if you look at the column on the far right, you'll see we have not yet included that increase, that 2.5% that we mentioned earlier, the retroactive pay for our CSEA. They without that increase this past year, but we are going to be giving that to them retroactively. There are going to be salary adjustments, as we referred to earlier, of course, for GTA and for CSEA. We don't quite know what those are yet, but there will be increases. Those are not built into the budget. There will be some one-time off-schedule payments that we also talked about. And again, this is not included in the budget. There are going to be salary adjustments, corresponding adjustments for admin, for management. Funding changes based on the final state budget. Of course, the state sometimes changes their funding levels, and then we find out. Ongoing COVID-related costs. There's still going to be requirements in terms of cleaning, distancing, testing. And so those costs are also unknown. Those are not included in the budget. And then finally, possible additional staffing and other related costs, because we are being required to provide an independent study option for this next year. So for those students and the families who choose to have them remain at home, they will have the option to choose independent study. But again, we don't know how much that's going to cost. We don't know if that's going to require additional staffing. And so that could be another unexpected increase. These are all factors that are not built into this next year's budget. Okay, next slide, please.
For those of you who haven't met Dr. Drake.
Unfortunately, I don't have the rest of it memorized.
There
Here we go. Okay. So a couple of nice graphs for you to see here. First of all, this is a summary of our total revenues. And as you can see, the dark blue section of the pie corresponds to our LCFF funding sources. That makes up the bulk of our funding. And then we have smaller sections corresponding to federal, state, and local revenues. And so we're projecting total revenues of approximately $34.375 million. And then next slide. This represents our total expenditures. And so if you look again at the colorful pie, starting at the top, at the 12 o'clock position, going clockwise, the blue, the red, and the green represent salaries. We have our certificated salaries, classified salaries, management salaries, and then we have our benefits, the nice orange colored section. And so if you add up all those sections, you'll see that that corresponds to more than 3/4 of the pie. So that's about, I think, 70 to 80% of our expenditures. So we spend a very large amount on salaries and benefits. That's where most of our money goes. And then we have much smaller sections corresponding to books and supplies, other services and operating expenses, utilities, materials, books, cleaning, everything. And so the other expenditures add up to approximately 20%. Okay, next slide, please. Looking forward, we are required to produce what are called multi-year projections, looking forward to the future to anticipate future revenues, future expenditures. And so we have a summary for you here. And next slide, please. So in 22-23, the following year, again, we're projecting that enrollment in ADA will continue to decrease. We're expecting it to drop. And again, as I mentioned earlier, this is going to have serious consequences for funding if this happens. Federal revenues, we project that these are going to decrease. The great one-time money that we're getting now for COVID is going to stop at some point. And so that's going to reduce our revenues. State revenues, we project will decrease due to the expiration of state COVID-related funding. And local revenues are uncertain because we just don't know what's going to happen with the local economy. We don't know what's going to happen with local tax revenues. And so that's just an unknown. Next slide, please. So in terms of expenditures, with salaries and benefits, of course, we're going to have step and column increases that increase our expenditures in this area. In addition, we included a 5% increase for health and welfare benefits. Included in the costs, an increase in STRS, increase in PERS. And so what you see in this following year, look at the jump. We're going from 16.92% to 18% for STRS, for our certificated retirement benefits, and from 22.91 up to 26.3% for our classified retirement benefits. So these are taking a huge jump. Supplies, services, capital outlay, other outgo. Okay, these will be adjusted according to program needs. Now, we do project that the district will meet its financial obligations, that we'll have a positive financial certification in that out year. But again, that's if we are conservative with our expenditures and if we maintain a balanced budget. Okay, next slide now. And then moving beyond that to the 23-24 projection. Again, we're projecting that enrollment in ADA will continue to decrease based on our historical trend. Again, this is going to have serious consequences for our LCFF funding, which again is based on ADA. So we do expect a slight increase in COLA in this out year. But again, if this trend continues, this is going to be more than offset by the decreasing enrollment and decreasing ADA that we expect, which will counteract that, reducing our overall funding. Again, it's projected that federal revenues will decrease due to small enrollment, smaller population. It's projected the state revenues will remain flat as long as the economy remains consistent. And local revenues, again, will decrease because, again, decreasing enrollment, decreasing ADA, and uncertainty about the local tax revenues and other local funding. And I believe this is the end of our presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Drake, for your presentation. Any questions from our board?
There is a summary slide, James.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself here.
Yeah,
There you go.
There's actually 2 slides. If
Yes,
you go back, it also will demonstrate that we are projected to meet financial obligations
yes,
through the 23-24
Yes.
school year.
okay.
Summary.
Yes, so again, we're looking at a summary of our expenditures and that we do project we will meet our financial obligations if we are conservative and if we are careful with our budgets.
Thank you. Thank you.
Again, one last slide now.
One more.
So again, in summary,
That was the summary.
oh, that's a summary, okay. The quick summary. And I guess I should ask if Yesenia would like to add anything to this presentation.
Can you go to?
Yes, do you want to stand?
You're on.
So our budget assumptions are based on what we know right now, and that might change next year. So that's from the best that we know of. So
Thank
that's
you.
how our budget was built, and looking at expenditures that have happened throughout the last 3 to 5 years to see how to allocate the funds in the areas that are needed the most.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, both of you, for your great work in putting the budget together. And so opening up to our board members for questions or comments. Mr. Ayola?
Thank you. So just to summarize for the public, our employees' salaries plus benefits is 79.34% of our budget, according to your graph. Well, yes, of course, based on this presentation. And other expenditures are 20.66. So everything else other than salaries and benefits is 20%, 20.66% of the budget. Yeah. So obviously we don't have much to work with when you're just talking 21% rounding up. Sorry. Yeah. The other thing is for folks in the public that are interested about funding, local revenue. So that means property tax and things like that is actually only 4.39% of our budget. It's the smallest portion by far. We receive the biggest funding source from our LCFF, which is 80.60%. That's a good thing in the sense that the economy can tank locally. We're okay. You know, obviously we don't wish that, but I'm just saying it's a small percentage.
Well, even though it's a small percentage, we're operating on such thin margins that it makes a big difference. We can't go without 3 or 4% of our revenue. I mean, if we do that, we'll be in deficit spending.
Yeah.
So everything's important.
Yeah. So, and then state and federal is another 15%. So the majority, I guess my point is that the majority of our budget, thankfully, is based on LCFF funding.
Yes, the majority comes from the state apportionment. So hopefully the state economy will continue to do well.
Yeah.
Again, if it doesn't, then that's also going to be affected.
Thank you. And one last thing, on the presentation that was given to us by a couple of board meetings ago, a gentleman that did a study on the projections for ADA. ID Bailey. And they had a projection of an increase in 2022 school year. Once we asked them where did that come from, they said, well, it came from us, from the school, from the district office, basically. So now we don't have that increase here. We have a decrease. So where's the disconnect?
Well, I believe we addressed this question before, but I believe what it comes back to is this has been a very unusual year. And the attendance that we're reporting this year is actually higher because we have kids who are at home logging on. And so it's easier for students to log on when they're at home, perhaps, than to come physically to school. So I think that we've had a higher attendance percentage this year. And so that throws off the projection and kind of creates a false impression. It may look like we have more kids or a higher percentage of kids But actually, as you see, the trend is decreasing. And that's what we see actually now with the kids coming back to school.
Yeah, definitely the trend is decreasing, but I guess my point is that I think your three question marks are exactly right. We don't know. It might be the worst case scenario. It might be a very good scenario in the sense that the parents decide that, hey, it's better for my kid to be at school and my kid should be at school. So hopefully that's the case, I think, for everybody involved.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we hope they all come back, but at this point, we just don't know.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Ms. Daniels?
One comment and one question. So definitely the declining enrollment obviously is just a red flag. And just the parents that I spoke with, the courses, our programs, our offering, that's all tied into our enrollment and why the parents I spoke with have chosen elsewhere for their students. So we, thank you, Ken, is that tied into the CTE and the other offerings that we're going to have and the programs that we can offer our students. So we need to continue. I would like to see us continue in that direction so that we can compete with other schools as far as programs and offerings. With the independent study program, because I know that's a new component, when will parents have to notify the district by if that is the route that they're going to go? Because obviously you would have to hire a teacher. Like, is there going to be a cutoff to say?
So parents would be able to notify us throughout the coming year. So we will accept any parent's request for independent study because, as you said, we wouldn't want to lose their participation in our district. The need to hire an additional independent study teacher, we would not hire externally at this time because of low enrollment. We would in fact probably transfer an existing teacher after having posted it for volunteers. We do have teachers that are interested in continuing to teach remotely, and so we anticipate not having a problem in doing that. And we also anticipate needing a remote or distance learning independent study teacher at both the elementary and middle school level.
That was all my questions. Thank
Thank
you
you.
for the presentation.
Thank you. Ms. Flores?
And my question was similar to kind of what Celeste was addressing, was the decline in enrollment, right? And the question that popped up into my head was, do we have data that shows why? Do we have any data that explains why our enrollment is declining? I mean, Celeste pointed out the CTE, but I'd have to assume that enrollment is declining across the board from La Gloria to Fairview to just the high school. So do we collect data as to why the enrollment's declining?
Yes, we do. And in addition to programmatic selection, one of the byproducts of our high school entering into WASP probationary status is when parents considered transferring their student to another high school, it then had them, it drove them to reconsider, well, if I'm going to transfer my high school student, what am I going to do with my middle and elementary school student? And so it ended up being more than just the individual student moving.
Do we have a system in place to just in general collect information as to why kids are not enrolling or parents are not enrolling? Do we collect data in general?
We collect demographic data, we collect enrollment data, we monitor for students who drop out and do not appear in another school district via CalPATS.
Mm-hmm.
So we have multiple measures in place, multiple areas in which we can identify and collect and track.
I guess I'm thinking like somewhat similar to an exit interview.
Well,
do we have anything to that, to that where like
so the students who are leaving our district, the majority have to complete an inter-district transfer. And on the inter-district transfer, they have to state why they are departing the district or why they are entering another district.
And sorry, do we compose that information into like a narrative, or can we?
We can transfer the information to a spreadsheet.
Something like that.
Up until this point, the board had requested numbers by site, but we can start to track numbers, grade level, and comments as to the reason for departure.
Yeah, I think it's important, I think, for us, since ABA is such a crucial part of our funding, that we kind of look at the data as to the why parents are, not enrolling their children into our district, because those are I think, that is great, but the why will maybe help us as a district work on those issues that makes parents not want to enroll their kids here, so. And thank you for
Ms. Flores.
everything.
Ms. Cuevas, do you have any comments or questions?
Thank you, Ms. Flores, for that recommendation. I think that's a great idea. But other than that, thank you guys for this presentation.
Awesome. Thank you again on behalf of the board for your great work, and we look forward to adopting the budget here. Okay, moving on to item number 12.5, Superintendent's Report.
So my report this evening will be relatively brief. I believe that Sophia is bringing it up now. So of course, I'm going to start with the great pride we feel as a district in seeing our students not only promote from Fairview, but also graduate from GHS. This is a photo that I took from my seat as our seniors were doing we're facing the flag, doing the Pledge of Allegiance at the beginning of graduation. As we continue, I also would like to start with kudos. First and foremost, I want to give a huge shout out to those adults in the organization that helped to support our Gonzales High School prom. That includes our Gonzales Unified School District leadership team, the GTA presidents, both Mr. Cuevas and Ms. Valdez were present. We had 4 GHS teachers also present for supervision, as well as the entire GHS office staff. I especially want to commend also the individual from the GHS office who came prepared to do rapid COVID testing. We actually had 3 students who did not have a vaccination card or a negative proof test. So we were able to test them, get results within 15 minutes, and have them attend their senior prom. The next slide will show some of the photos from that evening. You'll see teachers, you'll see students. We in fact had a tent rented and had our prom in the quad. The district itself has tables and chairs, chair covers, that's what you see there. We did centerpieces, and as we transition to the next slide, I'm hoping we also have some photos of the nighttime environment. You can see to the far left, we had a catered meal, we had desserts, we had cupcakes individually packaged to meet all COVID guidelines. What I regret that you don't see is a special shout out to our MOT department, who also placed solar lights in all of the trees in the quads. So when the sun went down, the solar lights came up and the quad was quite festive. So once again, a shout out to our employees that helped make this possible. Continuing, a couple of other kudos. We've got some lifelong learners that we want to celebrate. I am especially happy to see Navy Fernandez, who has just completed her preliminary multi-subject teaching credential. We look forward to seeing her in a teaching position here within district. And we also, on the next slide, are celebrating one of our leadership team members. Michael Campo has completed his master's degree in educational leadership and his preliminary administrative credential. So continuing, I'd say a round of applause to all. Yes. I also am feeling very happy this evening being able to trade out my COVID-19 update and replace it now with our ongoing FANO Academy or Academia FANO update. Tonight it's brief, but I do think that it might be of interest to the community as Sophia transitions the slide. This week in our meeting with the district's attorney, we reviewed several aspects of our dedication agreement. And it was brought to our attention that at the land that is being donated by the FANO family, We actually have a population of hybrid California tiger salamanders.
Wow.
These little animals range from 7 to 14 inches. And because they are in fact considered a protective status, one of the procedures that the district will be going through is working with the federal government to get an exemption to build. And then we will have an ongoing responsibility to update the federal government that we in fact are not harming the tiger salamanders habitat at the Fano Academy. So one of the first byproducts that we are working with is actually, this is part of the environmental impact study. And I am curious to see if we don't in fact have a staff member or a student who turns this little tiger salamander into potentially a school mascot. So with that, I wish everybody a happy, oh, I'm sorry. There was a request on the part of Board Member Ayllón to do some closing data around our GHS graduates. The counseling staff and administrative staff at GHS had submitted the final numbers. We had 206 graduates, 79 of which graduated CSU or UC compliant. We had 20 non-grads, which are enrolled in our summer school program or APEX, and in fact may be participating in our August graduation celebration. We have 2 super seniors who are participating in our special education program, and 63 of our students will be moving on to a CSU community college and or a UC or vocational environment. Nice job. So continuing, once again, I wish everybody a happy summer. We're looking forward to a great start come August, but in the interim, I also encourage you to visit our summer school program. Each week there is different activities that are going on to help re-engage and have help students enjoy and have fun. I need to give a specific shout out this week to La Gloria and Bianca Perez, who is leading our site there. I ask her each time I see her what the activity is this week that's going to create some fun and joy. And in fact, Ms. Perez had an order of, this week is Safari Week. So she ordered from Oriental Trading Company a big bag of little plastic animals that have been spread throughout the La Gloria site. And much like an Easter egg hunt, if the students find an animal, they bring it to her and they get a prize. Ooh. So we've got a lot of happy little elementary students. So a shout out to Ms. Perez. And that concludes my report for this evening.
Thank you, Superintendent, for your report. At this time, just to remind the board, we do have 20 minutes before we go into our closed session again. So any quick questions, comments in regard to the superintendent? Mr. Ayllón?
Yeah, thank you for the report. My first question, or not question, but so basically 38% of our kids met the A through G requirement out of the graduates.
Correct.
Yeah, and out of those, well, not out of those, well, yeah, out of those, 30% of them went forward to something, UC, community college.
30% indicated that they were moving forward.
Okay, so 70%. Is it that they didn't indicate that they're moving forward, or we didn't get their response?
Correct. They did not do college applications or FAFSA, or in fact indicate they were moving on.
Okay, so that's definitely a big chance for improvement, for sure, right?
It's an opportunity for growth, and I anticipate that it will grow considering we won't be in a pandemic distance learning environment.
Yeah. And then my second question, and you know, because normally during the school year, we have the site folks present, and right now we have a whole lot of kids on campus. I drove today about 1 o'clock, and there was a bunch of traffic. So the schools are in session. So can we get an update on how that's going for those schools? I, you know, was hoping that we would get that update today. And specifically, you know, like at the high school, even just today, I spoke with one of my boys, and apparently there's a waiting list at the high school. Is that correct?
I believe we've accommodated all students.
Accommodate all students. So there is no waiting list. So if a kid right now, or if a parent wants to send their kid to the high school, let's say, for summer school, they can.
Okay, so we're in our second week. And so what will happen is they can come forth and want to enroll their child, but they will not get the full credits that they would have had they started and applied at the beginning of the year. And we did multiple calls and opportunities to sign up before we adjourned because we wanted to max out the number of students that would attend. And we in fact added teachers every time we reached the additional 15 students of enrollment.
So right now, kids can still get some type of partial credit if they start enrollment tomorrow, let's say.
Kids can get partial credit if they join a class that currently is not at the 15 student cap. Or in fact, if we have enough kids to open another classroom.
Okay, so then, because next week, so they can do the second session. Right, so because we have a lot of kids that are credit deficient.
That's correct.
And, you know, I mean, these numbers, I think, just slap you in the face. And I think I encourage all parents that have kids out there that are missing credits to, the second session will start next week, is that correct? Next week. So July, I encourage all parents that have kids at home who are missing credits to please enroll your kid starting July, because we need to improve these numbers.
And even starting now, so we know who's coming.
Yeah.
It's helpful. And the other piece is that is there's still HTEC, which is an online credit recovery program. So there's other ways for students to get in. I would advise you contact the person contact Ms. Ayala. She's the custodian.
Okay, excellent.
And so she's been doing a really good job at trying to approach students to what they need. And we're trying to maximize the summer opportunity so that kids can get enrolled.
Yeah. And maybe if we could do an all call to all parents, because I know the school has been trying to reach out and such, you know, but the outreach shouldn't stop. It should just continue and continue and continue, because people will put it off, the kids will put it off, and so we want to reach everybody multiple times to encourage them to have their kids in school.
Thank you, Mr. Ayala. That's a really good recommendation. All right, moving on to Ms. Daniel. Great. Ms. Flores?
Just do we get to submit, can we submit those pictures on the website? And will there be an opportunity for the kids that attended the prom to submit pictures, maybe for the website? I think we really need to show off the prom. I mean,
Yes.
not a lot of districts did prom.
No, and there was no district that did prom, senior trip, and an in-person graduation.
Yeah, I mean, can we?
Not to brag.
So let's get that on our website, because the aftermath of all that, I just heard nothing but really great stuff. So I just want to mimic the kudos to MOT and to all the staff involved who were there from the morning to the evening. So.
Isaac says we can, so if he says we can, we
Yes,
can.
thank you, Isaac.
Ms. Cuevas?
No, just thank you to all staff who helped, make this happen for the kiddos. If it wasn't for you guys, they wouldn't have been able to have this fun. So,
Great.
thank you guys.
Great, thank you. And I wish Ms. Alice was here to give us a little update. So we miss you wherever you are. And oh, she was. Congratulations. Congratulations, Alice. Great. Well, thank you again, Superintendent, for your report. So we're going to go ahead and be moving on to item number 13, action items. And we're going to try to get through these as quickly as we can so we can have a long agenda ahead of us. So item 13.1, 2020-21 estimated actuals and proposed 2021-2022 budget. Can you get a motion?
So move, Araceli.
It's been moved by Ms. Flores, second by?
Second by Cuevas.
By Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Item 13.2, resolution number 2020-21-22, education protection account for 2021-2022 planned and 2020-2021 for estimated expenditures. Can I get a motion, please?
Motion, Araceli.
Moved by Ms. Flores, second by
Second by Cuevas.
Ms. Cuevas, all those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Item 13.3, resolution number 2020-21-23, declaration of need for fully qualified educators for 2021-22 school year. Can I get a motion, please? It's been moved by Ms. Daniel, second by
Araceli?
Ms. Flores. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Do we?
We just have, no, we don't.
Yeah, on the next one, on 13.5, I do have a public comment on that one. 13.4, resolution number 2020-21-24, declaration of need for fully qualified educators for limited assignment permits for the 2021-22 school year. May I get a motion, please? Moved by Ms. Daniel, second by
Cuevas.
Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. 13.5, Associate Superintendent, CBO Employment Agreement. We do have a public comment on this one. 13.5. That's you, Areli.
I'm not using that. I learned my lesson. Again, good evening, everyone. The reason why I'm here and I have a comment about Dr. Drake's contract. So first of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Drake and Yesenia for the wonderful summary they provided for the budget. I took the time to look at the slide. Thank you. The visuals were wonderful. I'm a visual learner. I read over it because I need to read things over and process things. So again, you made it very, let's say, non-math person friendly. The visuals, the pie, you didn't even need to calculate those percentages. In my take as a math professional and a math educator and a mathematician, graphs say so much. So thank you. They say a story. We don't need all those numbers. We don't need to crunch all those numbers. The visuals say it. My mother at a third grade level loved mathematician by heart. So I decided to, take that to heart. And I went to college and became a mathematician. And so to use those graphics, they're so powerful. And if people don't take the time to look at graphics, it baffles my mind because we're in an era where visuals and video and, icons, emojis, that's in. So why aren't we looking at graphs? No, maybe, people haven't sat in my math class. So what can I say? I love math. So anyhow, with that being said, I appreciate the graphics. I appreciate the summary and the multi-year projections, because as a mathematician, as a person of finance and numbers, regardless if you're not good at math, I'll be honest with you, it saddens my heart when I hear people say, oh, I'm not a numbers person. And it really saddens my heart and a bit of disappointment when it's a person in leadership that says, I'm not good at math. That's just disappointing because I think you're all good at math. Math is simple and elegant. Math is not just numbers. It is simple and elegant, and all of us have that simplicity and that elegance if you embrace it. Okay, numbers is just one vehicle to get that message across. Because as mathematicians, we need to learn how to read trends and make inferences. And in every content area, you make inferences. Mathematics is just one way to learn how to make inferences. Projections, you must make projections not only in math, but anywhere you go. So don't place all that responsibility on math. Own up to it. Learn all those skills in every subject matter you teach, you learn, you take. Please do not leave it up to the mathematicians. And thank you, we have some strong ones in GUSD. I have to thank your mathematicians. So anyhow, with that being said, one last question for the board. Why is it that this gentleman and this gentleman and his team, why is his contract being renewed? Why is it a one-year contract? Because to be honest with you, as a professional, as a person, there you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mancera. We'll bring that in. Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Oh yeah, something disconnected down there, so you might want to figure it out. All right, any other public comments? Seeing none? You have a comment, Mr. Ayun?
On this one, I just want to say it's been a pleasure to work with Dr. Drake. He is always very professional thorough, knowledgeable, cordial, all the things you would ask of a CBO, I believe. And he's new to the state. He's new, I know that, from another state. And I'm sure there's a whole lot of research he has to do. And I really appreciate your dedication and your time and your commitment to our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Any other comments or questions from the board?
No, I want to thank Dr. Drake as well, although I do know he is liking it better here because at graduation he stated he had friends that were in the snow and we were in the sun. So, but again, thank you. I know for those of you who don't know, when Yvette steps out, he is in charge. So he's fielded phone calls and being new on the board and having questions, you answered them and made yourself available. So as a new board member, thank you for making yourself available and answering some of those repetitive questions. I appreciate it. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Ms. Flores?
I just mimic their sentiment, and the first day I met you, I just love the fact that you really embraced our community, and the fact that we have perfect weather, I think helps that. So thank you for everything.
Ms. Cueva?
Yes, I also want to thank you, and to what Cesar said about you having to do a lot of research you did. I can tell you are very knowledgeable about our community, which is a big plus for the small town of Gonzales. And yeah, just thank you for everything. It's been great.
Great, thank you. And I just echo what they all said. So again, can I get a motion for this one? It's been moved by Mr. Ayon, second by Ms. Daniels. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Moving on to item 13.6, classified personal assignment order number 2021-2026 to open and appoint classified positions for the 2021 summer school program. Can I get a motion?
Second, Cueva.
Been moved by Ms. Daniels, second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. 13.7, certified personnel assignment order number 20-21-73 to open and appoint certified positions for the 2021 school program. May I get a motion, please? Been moved by Ms. Daniels, second by
Araceli?
Ms. Flores. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Number 13.8, memorandum of understanding between Gonzales Unified School District and the California School Employees Association, Chapter 756, to allow donations of sick leave. I get a motion. Been moved by Ms. Daniels, second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. 13.9, memorandum of understanding between Gonzales Unified School District and the California School Employee Association, Chapter 756, addendum to MOU Summer 21 assignments. May I get a motion, please?
So move, Araceli.
Been moved by Ms. Flores, second by
No.
Ms. Daniels. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Item 13.10, tentative agreement between Gonzales Unified School District and the California School Employee Association, Chapter 756, regarding enhanced pay during summer 2021. Can I get a motion, please? Been moved by Ms. Daniels, second by
Araceli?
Ms. Flores. All those in favor? Anybody opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Item 13.11, annual California Basic Education Skills Test, CBEST waiver approval for certified staff for the 2021-2022 school year. May I get a motion, please? Moved by Ms. Daniels, second by Ms. or Mr. Ms. Flores. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Item 13.12, miscellaneous personnel assignment order number 20-21-06 to authorize hiring of Nefi Fernandez as an hourly summer school kindergarten DLI teacher under a variable term waiver request effective June 14, 2021. May I get a motion, please? Been moved by Ms. Cuevas, second by Mr. Lopez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Item number 13.3, annual update for the 2019-20 local control and accountability plan, LCAP year. Can I get a motion, please? Been moved by Ms. Daniels, second by
Araceli?
Ms. Flores. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Item number 13.14, 2021 2024 Local Control Accountability Plan, LCAP. Can I get a motion, please?
Mr. Board President, I have a comment
Yes.
or a question on that.
Go ahead.
So I noticed that the goals, the 4 LCAP goals are the same as before. Was that a request from the LCAP? I believe you guys had study sessions or committees or was that? Or how they go about to implement the goal? Oh, yeah, okay, great, thank you.
Gonzales is one of the districts that actually has a direct alignment between the goal and our accounting system.
Yeah.
And so our business services division is able to track expenditures by virtue of that connection.
Yes, definitely. It's in the chart of accounts with which Mr. Drake has provided to me, and I definitely tie it down to the LCAP goal.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ayon. So with that, can I get a motion? Moved by Ms. Flores, second by? Ms. Daniels. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Item 13.15, to accept the proposal.
Oh, I'm sorry. 13, 16.
No.
13, 16.
So we're at 13.15. To accept the proposal from Studio Architect Services for the Gonzales High School Stadium renovation project. Can I get a motion for this?
Second, Cuevas?
It's been moved by Ms. Daniels, second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. The next item, 13.6, has been pulled and will be brought back in the future. Item 13.17, approval of 5 additional work days over contracted days for Elisa Toledo, speech therapist at Fairview Middle School. May I get a motion, please? Second by Mr. Lopez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Item 13.18, approval of 5 additional work days over contracted days for Luisa Garcia, speech therapist. Can I get a motion? Moved by Ms. Daniels, second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Passes with unanimous consent. Moving on to the consent agenda items. Listed under the consent agenda, items are considered to be a routine and are acted on by the Board of Trustees in one motion. There is no discussion of these items prior to the board action unless a member of the board, staff, or public requests specific items be discussed and/or removed from the consent agenda. It is understood that the administration recommends approval on all consent items. Each item on the consent agenda approved by the Board of Trustees shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted and recommended. So for items 14.1 through 14.9, can I get a motion?
Mr. Board President, if I may,
Yes.
I just have a comment.
Okay.
Not really a discussion, just a comment on 14.3,
Okay.
the to approve certificated personnel assignment in order to appoint athletic coaches at Gonzales High School during the spring 2020-21 school year program. So basically, that's the payment of the stipends. So what I would like to do is to thank the district for paying the coaches. I myself am a volunteer coach, as one of our public comments indicated. And, you know, I saw those stipends and I didn't get any, you know, because obviously I'm on the board and I want to give back to our kids that way. But all of our coaches put in so much time on the weekends and doing research and a bunch of, you know, they're really a support structure for our kids. And I just want to thank all the coaches for making the season, you know, as best as they can. Some of our sports went to playoffs, which is amazing, you know, or track or soccer kids. And I apologize if I forgot anybody else that went to playoffs. Our kids were so happy. We always talk about, you know, mental health and, you know, getting the kids out there and active, just like getting the kids in class, it helped a lot. And having them out there. And, you know, when I started the season, most of my kids, they were really, really out of shape. Like, you know, it was almost a public service to have them out there running around. And because at the end of that time, it wasn't how they started. and I just, the smile on their face, and it really does help them with school. It inspires them to go to school and do better. I had one kid with 2 Fs. Guess what? He graduated. He turned those Fs into Bs. And that's the story that every coach has. So I want to thank the district for doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Ayon. So can I get a motion, please, on items 14.1 through 14.9? It's been moved by Ms. Cuevas, second by Ms. Daniels. All those in favor? Aye. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? It passes with unanimous consent. Thank you. Moving on to governance comments. 15.1 governance team comments. May I begin with Mr. Ayon, please?
Yeah, I just want to thank the community for reaching out, and of course, we're here for the kids. Everybody here is here to try to do our best to help our kids, not just the board, but our staff, our teachers, our parents, right? So please, I am open to any type of recommendations, suggestions, anything like that you think would help to bring more services to our kids and to focus more on our kids, because I think I'm speaking for my board members that they ran because of that. That's their number one goal. The devil's in the details, as they say. How we go about to try to accomplish that goal, obviously it's a little bit different. We all have our different styles and ways of being, but really the goal is the same. I believe, and wholeheartedly believe, that every one of us here, not just on the board, but also on staff, it has that goal in mind. And that's why I encourage all parents to really, talk to your kids, have them come to class. Online learning is okay, but really when you have somebody face to face, that's when you do the most learning. So I encourage all parents to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Ayon. Ms. Daniel?
I had a great time, so thank you to both sites and administrators for putting on great ceremonies. Again, I heard nothing but good things about being able to have an in-person ceremony as normal as possible, and I loved at the high school graduation, being able to see the students still line up and throw their caps. That was just, I was so happy to see that. And a big shout out to MOT, because I know on Friday's promotion ceremony, they had to hurry with the 2 ceremonies that Fairview had. They had to hurry, tear that down, come over here and get ready for prom. So shout out to MOT for making that happen for the kids. I know they really appreciate it, and they were moving fast. So big shout out to them. And to Coach Daniels, thank you again. For those who don't, she has been sending us updates, sports updates. For those of us who could not get out to all the tournaments and sporting events, she kept us updated. So thank you for doing that. And to all the coaches during the springtime for providing that outlet for our students, because like Cesar said, I did see a difference in demeanor with the students, and even speaking with our Alizé, our board, student board member, that it made a difference having that outlet for the students, and encouraging them and engaging them in other ways, and just the social aspect of it that it provided for our students. So thank you to the coaches for fighting, whether it was you were able just to have practice or you were able to compete. Thank you for doing that. And I know it was even greater having to do temperature checks and whatnot. So to all the coaches, thank you for that. And that is, enjoy for coaches and staff, enjoy your summer.
Thank you. Ms. Flores?
I just want to echo what Cesar and Celeste said, and Trini, just thank your staff and your team for the work that they did in not just guiding the cars and putting up everything, but back to back from one day to another. So your team really does deserve an applause. And just thank you to the superintendent and her team and everybody involved in really doing the prom. And right the next day was graduation. I mean, there's got to be a record somewhere in there, but thank you for everybody involved. I did attend the Monterey County School Board Association meeting
yesterday, and some things that came up for my fellow board members is that there's some, in that meeting, we talk about trainings that really are specific to our county as school board members. And so some of the upcoming trainings that were discussed in that meeting will be coming July 26th, Monday. They're gonna have for all the county school board members, roles and responsibility of school boards and best practices for school board and superintendent relations. I don't think it should be 2 hours. I think it should be a full day. But it's a 2-hour training for everybody that's a board member for our county. The second kind of training that that we felt as a group was social media and communication guidelines for school board members. Right now that Zoom and everything is in process, I think it was a good idea to have a training on what our role is in social media, especially with guidelines having allow us to engage with constituents on social media. So I think we need to really learn what that means. So we can somehow do that, make sure we do that correctly. Post-COVID-19 interventions, best practices to address learning loss and social and emotional needs of students. Is it to be announced when? Prevention efforts and resources surrounding youth vaping and tobacco, and advocating for public education and fully funding our school building community support. There was a discussion about a training about ethnic studies, since the legislation has changed around that and what that could look like for schools. So having, there was a suggestion that Tony Thurman come and give some kind of feedback to, I know, he's a star, I guess. I really am not, he's the state education superintendent. So, hopefully they're going to try to get him to engage in that conversation, but that's another training that will be available for school board members in the future. So that's kind of what we got to look for the following year.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Ms. Cuevas?
Yes, will you please thank the staff on our behalf? Thank you also. Yvette and staff, thank you guys. The prom, I swung by for a little while and I enjoyed watching the kids just walk in all dressed up in their beautiful gowns. They all looked amazing. The gentlemen dressed up all spiffy. So it was just a great experience to just be there and just see some normalcy for these kids. Some of them were showing up in their party buses, some limos, even though it was in town, they went all out. They did it. And that was great to see. It was their experience and they did amazing. So thank you. Thank you, Yvette and team, and thank you, Trini and team. And whoever else I'm missing, chaperones. And and our teachers too, Michelle and who else was there?
Jessica.
Yeah, and Miss Asher. They
Valerie
were
Lesser.
a great team.
And Maestro Salazar.
Okay, Miss Lesser and Mr. Salazar. Yeah.
Margie.
So thank you guys for all that. That was great to see and great experience. It is our last meeting of the school year. And I want to thank Cesar, Celeste, Araceli, Jose for your input in everything. Our discussions, it wasn't bickering, it was discussions. And I appreciate your knowledge and your vision that helped me also come to, what we are now. So I appreciate you guys. And parents, please talk to your kids. They're still affected by what we went through this last year and a half. I've learned of a family who lost a child due to mental health this morning, and it's still going on. So please, let's talk to your kids, even if it's just for 5 minutes, before bedtime or before they leave to school, whatever it is, let's talk to our kids and encourage them. And I look forward to another school year with everyone and hope to see more faces.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Cuevas. And I just want to echo everybody's comments, but I'm going to divert a little bit here. One of the things, and maybe I'm going to be a little bit, this is what I observed at our graduations and promotions. Where were our teachers? And this is an opportunity that I extend out to the GTA is, on the biggest day of the celebration of our students, from 8th graders promoting on to high school and then our high school students moving on, and not to be there. There were teachers there, don't misunderstand. There was a few of them. I could count them on my fingers. But where was the rest of our teaching staff? this is the biggest day for our students as they move on to whether college or career or whatever they plan to do. And for them not to be there, it was heartbreaking to not see our teaching staff there and being and celebrating with our students their accomplishments. So I encourage our GTA members that for next year to be more supportive and to be more physically present in celebrating and the accomplishments of our students. We're here for them, and if we don't show up on their biggest day, at least for me, it's a slap in the face, not only to the students but to their families as well. So besides that, I want to thank again everybody, and we look forward to a brand new start in the fall, and in all the students that are in our summer program. Keep working hard, and we're here for you. So again, thank you all. At this time, we're gonna go ahead moving on to item number 15.2, future agenda items. We have that future agenda item. 15.2. No.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
Okay, so-
if I can make a
Yeah.
suggestion, just update on our summer programs at the different sites would be wonderful. How many kids attended, how many kids passed, whatever information you guys feel would be beneficial for us and for the public.
Beautiful, great. Any others? Okay. Perfect. 15.3, future meeting dates. Future meeting dates. I know that Superintendent, you sent out a doodle for the July meeting.
Correct. I've provided 2 doodle links to the board. One is for the budget study session that's been requested, and the second is to start the conversation regarding an updated or new mission and vision for the district.
Thank you. Awesome. All right, moving on. So with this, we're going to go ahead and move on to closed session topics on item number 16. 16.1, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Government Code Section 54957, Superintendent. Do we have any public comments? I believe we have one from Ms. Mancera. And we have another. 3 minutes, okay? Thank you, Ms. Mancera. Thank you. Any other public comments that we have or online? No, no hands up? No. Okay, thank you all. So at this time, we're gonna go ahead and move into closed session for item 16.1. Thank you, everybody, and we'll report out in about an hour or so. Oh, do we have can somebody open the restrooms for the board, please? ¿Les puedes abrir los baños? All right. Hello? Are we back on? Thank you, everyone, for waiting for us. It is around 10:52 PM, and I'm reporting out on behalf of the Board of Education of Gonzales Unified School District on the closed session item, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Government Code Section 54957, Superintendent. At this time, the board has finalized the 2020-2021 Superintendent Evaluation. Moving on to adjourned closed session. May I get a motion, please?
Motion, Daniel?
It's been moved by Ms. Daniel, second by Ms. Cuevas. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? No. It is 10:52 PM and we are adjourned. Thank you.